welcome back. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Boop, boop. Plug this in. I'm glad to see you. You're doing good. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Anyway, enough pets for the good boy. Okay, just a few more pets. But only because you deserve them. Plus, I got a game that isn't loading. Okay. Before everything crashed, we were about to go upstairs to talk to the mysterious lady who lives upstairs. This tray is full of dice, colorful, occasional dice, hundreds of them. Candy dispensers being repurposed to contain thousands of dice. I like this person a lot.
Hello, I'm Nia.
A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the Legion.
Hold on. What do you mean by Millis?
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
Pats the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages.
Ooh.
But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Tell me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
What? Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident.
There's so many of them.
Does that count?
Sure, I like role-playing games and some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
The one around here are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites.
Ooh.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become a dice
How
maker?
did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Did you like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
I feel like I'm getting called out.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Especially since I'm thinking about going to buy just a big bag of dice. Just random assorted dice. No sets, just a big ass bag. It's always in Barnes & Noble. I'm always staring at it. One of these days, that bag of dice will be mine, boy. I didn't mute my phone. I only now just realized. Now I feel stupid. and silly. Oh well. Hey, I like to order a die food.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
On Earth setting, I want to die for that. You have any cursed dice?
What do you mean by cursed?
As cursed as my life, or perish like the world. Cursed as this commercial area.
All right. How about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die.
It's a deal.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Can I order another die?
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce 1 die per customer.
That's unfortunate. What do you know about the man who was lynched by the Whirling in Rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean the daily
Well,
ruckus?
there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
She stops to try and come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
You never took your eyes off work to look out the
I
window.
might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Fair enough. Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for your
She
answers.
nods.
Anything else, officer?
Hey, where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks up at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
I've heard this place is cursed. Do you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
She nods as the wind howls from the furnace shaft above. Wait, how do you explain what happened to all the companies then? They're swirling with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady?
Yeah,
I've
Plaisance.
heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
As a wise woman, she has. It's a curse. Actually, the bookstore isn't that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to keep the company going. The curse is biding its time before it strikes again. Sooner or later, everyone will fall. Even her will fail. Even her.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the Whirling in Rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Hold on. The Whirling is part of the doomed commercial area?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
Separate. Yes, but it's still a separate building. The malicious energies can't reach there.
And then there is me.
Looking at her messy work table, all kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
When dedicated to your craft, the curse doesn't affect people like you.
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work ethics? What you're describing isn't a curse, it's capitalism.
Narrows your eyes very mysteriously. Honestly, I'm still not sure this world is a puzzling place. Only business decisions and natural market fluctuations. I still think you might be causing this.
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim?
I yelled to summon the ghost of the doomed commercial area, and you were the one who answered. The ghostly about you, ethereal even, squint your eyes suspiciously.
Ethereal? Thank you, but I think it's just the lighting. If you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then let me know.
She turns back to her
That's
work.
all she has to say on the subject. She has been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation.
Why hasn't her business failed? I have some things that boost shippers, right? Yeah, this cool jacket. That's -1. Cool scarf. I don't think I have anything that gives it any kind of like -1, right? Yeah, no.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dab?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Start taking off your clothes, you need to connect.
Excuse me, what are you
The
doing?
dice face of well, you start to fuss with your pants.
Officer,
Technique I have, never mind. Do up with your pants. Is it just me as a hot here?
No, I don't feel hot. We're in a derelict smokestack. If anything, then it's cold here.
Time to lower my body temperature.
And why would you do that?
The zipper, it's stuck.
Oh no, not the zipper.
Like if I was to grab from the
A
toolbox.
tool to get the zipper open.
It's probably a special technique I have.
And what technique is that?
Okay, hear me out. Sometimes I get these feelings.
miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Officer, this isn't how mature adults deal with their feelings.
Now you feel something. The cold damp of shame washing over you.
It's not like that. It's like I could feel the wind, or I don't know, the air pressure, and then the air tells me
The
things.
air pressure told you to take your pants off in my studio?
This is not going very well, is it? Word-wise.
No, I'm not explaining
Can
this
you
very
please
well.
employ this special technique somewhere else? I work here and my work requires concentration. Half-naked people don't help with that.
Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else
More
is
or
gone.
less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Yeah, that's what Kuno needs. A community center boxing club.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
He's a little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
Checks out the window. It's oddly quiet there at the
I
moment.
think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. A
Who's on
kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
How did the community project work out? The different kids I've met so far really don't. It really didn't work, did it?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool, very cool about debris, but what's a snuff milieu?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Oh.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
It's not gonna put points in photoix. You put points in physical instrument though. But I can only put 2 points in physical instrument. Yeesh. You can put a lot in electrochemistry and paint threshold though. That only goes up to like 3? Plus 4? Yikes.
Don't worry, the
We'll see.
ACP has a separate division
But I
that
wanna
deals
put points
exclusively
into-
with
Hey,
Venus
Coco,
and
how are you?
sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Someone here makes stuffed animals I saw to line
You
them up.
mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
Found the creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect activists? What in the name of...
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I'm glad someone took care of the little guys. I like insects. Nod.
Really? Anyway.
Up in a bow tie.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Was it the rotor blades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
Press your chins on her hands with it. Impish smile.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
It's just shame. What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Your smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Plus I already have a sword. Found strange machines?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up on her
She
face.
liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wiro. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
Yet they ran out of money.
Money and time, the usual. Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway as if she could still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette
They
break.
seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
Time is incredibly hard. It's too bad. I would have supported them. The project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
Pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Ooh, crit fail.
Anything else?
It's a terrifying taxidermy bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, her hands on her knees like a standard comedian ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Ooh.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Okay, about the ideas. I just want to hear about the bear. Did the bear work? Alright, what are the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Frida does the same thing.
Not a girl like that. She works Frida as a cashier, and she's not particularly friendly.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
It's marketing doing its job. Sure, the bear was doing its best.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion?
Megatherion. A mega wild beast.
It's a mega wild beast.
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I don't do drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad finishing the story. Some dust beams swirl in the morning light. Her eyes follow it idly.
Little sparkling embers under the window. Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's always the threat of snow.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
Found the building intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Tell me, doorbell with the empty name card is yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
I was wondering about the Whirling and Rags. Is it part of the same building
You
complex?
could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
East Delta Pinball. Is that now the
Yes.
Whirling?
I've heard it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure. Before my time. I'm not surprised, however.
You know, this is something the cafeteria manager might want to know.
My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
He's the Whirling is part of the Doom commercial area. Grant is gonna love this.
I don't know this guard, but something tells me he won't.
Strange thing happened when I tried to call the company named Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
I would have recognized your voice.
Oh, right. But did this person say anything?
She said she was from Electronics.
Tricentennial Electrics?
Yeah, Tricentennial. There's a moment before she recognizes
It
the name.
used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
No, except they all set the eerie in your
Pranks
eyes.
can be eerie.
So consistent, she's still convinced there's nothing to be worried about.
The kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
A few more questions about the
Sure,
building.
I'm listening.
Actually, I
Good.
have other questions.
I hope it clarified things a bit.
Okay, leave. Over. And then back down. And back to the store.
What have you found?
Talk to the entity.
And
you
also,
told me about.
do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
Talk to the entity you told me about. Her name is Nadia, and she's a novelty
A
dice
novelty
maker.
dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorcerer or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like
I
you.
don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She looks
The
perplexed.
narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
It's no curse because there's too many inconsistencies. Honestly, I don't have an answer yet. There's still needs to follow up like the strange. In the computer thing, there's another entity more malignant pulling the strings of our nays. Perhaps I might cross paths with it. There's no curse because there's too many inconsistencies.
Too many inconsistencies. What kind of talk is that?
Don't discuss the
Good
obvious.
luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything.
First, you're one of those inconsistencies.
I'm not doing as well as it looks like I am. I only have my Similes wards to thank for the protection they provide.
As I said, she's a novelty dice maker. Her business has been up and running for a long time now.
Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective. The investigation is over. I just hope that you haven't made anything worse by going in there. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Which includes tucking the pen away in the glass.
Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Where now, book peddler?
You see a set of tire tracks in the...
I don't need to do this, but I want to do this.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the tire tracks.
Oh, hey, look, I finally got it.
That took place some days ago. It's a message written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building, before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
This is why I started off with my motor carriage before sinking into the sea.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated when he was giving us directions to the yard. Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
I think I got it. Okay, let's see, what else is on my to-do list?
Press the power button.
What's up? No! Why? Why would you threaten to do that? I'm just trying to stream.
No, that sounds like not playing Destiny 2 with the boys.
That is true. But also,
Hey,
every time
was
I
there
think about
something
booting
you
up
needed?
Destiny 2, Pluto looks at me and says, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
It's just because Pluto doesn't want to carry anybody else. But it's just like, if you play it, then like...
Plus, I would be that lame person who wants to go through all the story DLCs in order.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You can't do half of them now, so...
You can't?
You can't do Forsaken because they took out the Tangled Shore. You can't do Mars because they took out Mars. You can't do Mercury because they took out Mercury. When a game gets too big, you can't keep adding shit to it due to certain places having certain... It says, your game can only be this big
Legally?
for them. Like, you know, PlayStation's like, your game can only be 120 gigabytes. No more. Are you serious? Yup.
And that's like what, put on by like corporate?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow, CEOs are like, no, you can't keep everything, so now we have to decide what's not useful and cut it out.
Yeah, because Destiny 2 isn't technically classified as an
MMO?
So it doesn't have the rights to keep everything. When it should realistically be classified as an MMO and have the rights to keep everything.
Yeah. And again, this is just like people up top of the chain that are just like, no, you don't get to have everything because we decided this is a video game and not well, it's obviously MMOs are video games, but you know what I mean? Like, this is like a basic video game and not a big ass open MMO sort of thing.
Yeah. But there's also lore reasons why certain places disappear.
Okay, well, I mean, at least they incorporate it into the lore. Just kind of upsetting that would fuck up. Well, I'm pretty sure they like rewrote parts of other stories to hopefully make it make sense. It's not like, now you must go to Mars. You mean the planet that doesn't exist? Yes.
No, it's now you must go to a very specific portal that we found on Mars to go into Sabathun's throne. That's it.
And it's like this very tiny little level that you do, and then out.
Yeah, they sort of a new level on Mars now.
It's a shame. But yeah, I would probably want to do that. Could probably stream it, probably be fun. Who knows?
Don't worry. For the low price, get this, of $100.
I know, and then a lot of times the DLC goes on, so I was like, maybe I should buy this DLC while it's all cheap and on sale, and then Pluto goes, no, don't touch anything.
Go to G2A.
Just pretend it doesn't. Not even like when it's on sale, but like never touch Destiny 2 ever, ever. Don't do it. Don't you do it. But it's like, yeah, true. All the boys are playing. Might as well join them. Every time it's like, oh, a new DLC things drops for Destiny 2, and I'm just sitting there like, man, you guys are having fun over there, all playing the same game. I wish I could join in. And people are like, don't do it. Don't do it. You don't want.
It's just Pluto who says don't do it.
True.
Briscoe will be like, okay. Dan will be like, welcome, because Dan has been the one who's played with me the most.
Welcome.
I don't have Lightfall, so...
Huh?
I don't have Lightfall, so...
You can't do everything up with them, but you're doing your own stuff. Anyway.
I have all the other DLCs, but literally do everything
Well,
but
well.
Lightfall.
Bringing in that new
But
bird
apparently
sure
they don't
made
even
a
like being
difference
on
in his
Lightfall,
attitude.
Luna, so...
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Shit.
Why? No, fuck it.
we're
I
gonna
don't wanna
buy
know.
Lightfall when
I
we
don't
buy
want to know
Lightfall.
why these degenerates do what they do.
Mm.
I thought we had one good guest in the building.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
Yeah, I bet you don't want to be here.
Huh?
Anyway, Mystery Salt, I don't like loose
Yeah,
ends.
neither do I. Thank you for telling me, I guess. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time.
Well, that is
I'll forward her the bill and be done with it.
Alright. What if I told you? Onto the back room behind the blue steel door.
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He's really, really holding himself back here.
You can ask me what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Pinball machine, a pinball workshop.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Why, do you want to play? Because I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business related, about how much money he could make of one.
Shit. Your chest. I'm a distributor.
Those machines are whirling property. But if it makes you feel any better, I'm not planning to sell them. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine.
Good boy.
That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
I have to warn you, I may have discovered the Whirling's part of the doomed commercial area.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
So you know of the
Everyone
curse.
knows of it.
The Whirling is listed on the intercom outside as one of the businesses in Building B. You should get your wiring fixed. I tried to call you and couldn't reach you.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling.
It was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade before it failed. It's only a matter of time before the Whirling falls too. Or escape
Does
the
this
curse.
look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tile work, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost.
He steadies
He's
his
done a
voice.
fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
You really care about the Whirling, huh?
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
Should be worried about the label, you know?
I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel?
Who,
Everything's doomed enough without that.
who owns this place?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
And who named it Welling and
Well, it
Rags?
sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song.
A song?
Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateneers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
What about those other cafeterias you manage?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old ghosts.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
And the others?
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling.
Well, good luck to you with this place then.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we, wrap it up? Yes?
Goodbye.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Anything that boosts composure.
Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
Okay. Part of the homosexual underground.
The homosexual underground?
Maybe his eyes wide open, he was surprised. A only smile lingers on
Why,
his lips.
yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
Yes, I want to hear this more about this homosexual underground you're part of.
Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sub Rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about Thursday night?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
He loses his voice. She looks around. But what do you convert? What do you do?
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Does that have anything to do with disco?
Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature. Very esoteric.
I do like disco. Maybe I should get into it.
You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement, or forever excluded from it.
What if I can't remember whether I'm in it or not? What if I can't remember anything about my life, aside from the fact that I like disco?
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed.
He circles his hands around you.
I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
Okay, blink. Okay, I have to think about it.
Do think about it, officer.
It's gonna be like a 20-hour mind project for me, at least. 20 hours.
Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time.
About committing business.
A committee. How interesting. And if I may ask, Gendarme, what is this committee about?
He's all bemused skepticism. He doesn't actually care what you want with his friend.
I'm about assigning the responsibility.
God, of course it is. My friend is always trying to convince me I need a little more responsibility, as though I don't have enough going on already. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is. We don't talk about everything, you see.
Taps the end of his cigarette.
He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course.
Guess I have to go look for him along the coast.
Guess you will. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
The worn and beaten wooden...
We can sit on benches.
You can revisit.
Oh, sorry, officer.
It's a shame I only found it super late. Hey there, friend.
Yes, what is it?
About the outside
Yes?
copy? This is the limit you're looking for?
No. That's the production schedule. I don't need it. The right filament memory has off-site copy written on silver tape.
Found a note on the ice bear fridge. It said the offside copy has been moved to a
Wait.
safer place.
A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory?
We took to a nearby ice cream maker. The note was signed by someone named
Jawiza. Of
Jawiza.
course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. That feature creep and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous.
She crossed her
And
arms.
the heads.
It's frightening.
I won't even get into the heads. Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
Well, we already did that.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
It's gonna happen now.
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
At least I'm printing it out. There's nothing on there but ink there. It's broken.
I know it's just ink, but Lintel was somehow able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch! What an intricate display of failure.
The paper gets soaked in ink again. Its evil blackness shining in the light of the mainframe. It looks eerie. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that.
What
Sora
now? Like,
doesn't reply. Her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here! I found it!
where? Lean closer.
Hold on.
She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the lights inside start pulsing with glowing heart. Can I do anything?
Just give me a second. I'm almost...
She clocks up her typing
I've
speed.
never witnessed a programmer work before.
done! I've got it! I found the location of the anomaly!
There's joy in her voice as she bumps her fist into the air. Oh my god, congratulations!
Thank you!
She yells back with a grin. So where is it? Where's your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow.
She points at the other end of the church with a group of water bowls formed.
Think you
metric
can help me
apart.
again?
Sure.
I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double check my calculations.
You like moving things around. Moving things around is calming.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks.
Sure.
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. Oh boy, this is going to be good.
The balls to the left 2 centimeters.
It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound.
Move the fourth bowl from the 5 centimeters to the right.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall.
Leave.
Yes, what is it?
I moved the water bowls to the right positions, just like you asked. What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops biting into her trapped
This
lip.
know-it-all is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Wait, why do you have to use your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Is it going to be just like silence and nothing
I don't
else?
know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist?
Turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows.
What
Your
if
chin.
silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
You're overthinking this.
Maybe I'm just tired.
It's scary, but we just have to face it.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
She puts on the oversized headphones, ready to press unmute on the
The
keyboard.
lieutenant takes a step back, and then nothing happens. As Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary.
Can you hear
She
anything?
doesn't answer. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Well,
Damn it.
it's all outside before tearing off the headphones, still pointing your gaze. Come on, did you hear anything?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
You mean nothing happened. Did you find the swallow?
No,
She rested her face on her hands and missed
No.
her forehead.
my hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
This can't be it. You should have a listen.
It's time to up my perception real fast. -1. -1. How's it that literally all these glasses -1 to perception? I think that was it.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing, heavy and hoarse from all the nights spent drinking. It's the breath of an old man, But there's something else. There has to be. Something big. Something unexpected. Something new. Yet to be discovered. When was the last time this world had anything new to say?
Well, did you hear anything?
Not sure. There seems to be something there, but I just couldn't really make it
Yeah.
out.
No, I don't think there's anything there.
The lieutenant looks down at the floor, as if to say, you're wasting time here. Maybe the speed freaks can help you with this. Go talk with Andre.
Right. The music is coming from someone on the ice. Drum kick pulse. Same address the program Fortress Accident was looking for. Full of holes. Could the post hide treasure? Look inside. No alcohol. Okay, can I examine all these posts now? Well, that's nice. That was a good score. All that because I was more perceptive. Detergent. Easel spray.
The lodge?
Good morning! Yeah!
I really do need to buff up my physical instrument.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Yes? What's the deal?
Progress to the church, but it's slow going. This agent knows research.
What kind of a hitch?
She's trying to catch her anomaly using a special microphone setup, but she can't hear the audio coming through the headphones.
An audio shortfall, you say? Guess what? We got speakers with massive low end. There's a good chance it can do it.
They've got one speaker. One. Uno.
Not sure if it's about the lack of bass, but I'll see what Sooner thinks.
We've got some serious range on this baby. It'll blast her shoes off. Goodbye, officer.
Patience to do this. A lot of back and forth.
Yes, what is it?
Okay. You now have a 54% chance.
Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence.
Let's go!
A drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
Yes, but can I hear anything?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
So I took off the headphones. What if we just need a better sound system?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
Members of the Lieutenant inspecting the damage done to the...
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
Yes, but they could help us with the speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy signs of the sanctuary.
Of course. The Speed Freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, Detective. As always.
Great, I'll go talk to them.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
Get in that tent. About to make some friends.
Hi again. So, yes? What's
Good
the
news,
deal?
I managed to convince... she's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition. She needs your speakers for her project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of hypnotic dance music.
Got to spare space for a couple of weeks until she gets her research
That's
finished.
fine. We can manage.
I'm glad I
We
can help.
appreciate it. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Leave the tent. Leave the back. Color of water.
Wait. Take a longer look at yourself and how you're reflected in that slick chemical rainbow. What do you see? Metaphor. It's always metaphor.
Some kind of metaphor for me?
This is more important than you. That's the blood of industry you see before you. The runoff from Coal City, further down the coast. The engines of fortune once roared here. Great wealth poured into Revachol, the Delta, as did smoke, waste, sickness, life.
What
The
happened?
engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape, a landscape despoiled by industry.
Election of duty. A serious election of duty in this cleanup. As a visual industrial base, that's so mean. Oh, we should... Services, you give the time to.
Perhaps you could dedicate your life to cleaning it up, but you're a cop. You must concern yourself with different messes. Even so, it's pretty to think.
Blanks Creek beneath your weight. That leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. The boat floats freely in the water, unmoved.
I'll just keep the Cordelechi in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Jetty.
Oh, jetty, oh, jetty.
She repeats
It's
mournfully.
good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the Cordelechi red. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
What is this? Destruction of property? Hooliganism? Elder abuse?
That's just Sydney being Sydney. You can ignore it.
It's just as well. Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, She appreciates the concept of rent.
So how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She cast her gaze towards the village, melting in cinder blocks construction work left half finished 10 years ago.
Water drips down eaves of eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has
Yeah,
no
that's
name.
what I
All
said.
the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
You're right to be scared. This is all your fault. You're in no danger, whisper. The working class have no idea what's happening to them. Try not to be scared. This is just how the real city looks like. This place is doomed either way. Don't worry. Don't worry, I got her sword. Show it. I like this one mostly just because I want to show off the sword. Scared? This is just how the real city looks.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
She leans against the railing, looking up at the grey sky.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
The wind picks up in her raincoat, flaps the guts. The fishing village?
No, they're in Sealindian, Isla.
No, you haven't told me.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Centers around where I operate, things are getting better though.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Tell me now. We have time.
Do we?
I hear
Yes.
you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit?
I found my badge, by the way.
Love, you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
She inspects a piece of blue plastic eye scanning from left to right.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant Double-Yefreitor Bois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Yefreitor?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them.
This is your
My
plan all
plan
along.
is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
Meaning, the information she has will raise the stakes in this game.
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile?
Spoke with the lawyer
Tea,
men at
perhaps?
the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbor have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are those eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire quarter.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise. The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
Yes, I should just
Exactly. But what?
Hold on, you seem anxious to know. Why is that?
I've kept my eye on the camionneurs. Even tried to get to know one. It's a mystery I'm already invested in. Which one of them, if any, could organize such a complex operation?
Be an investigation, that's all I can say.
Okay. I thank you for sharing that much with me. My employer thanks you as well, in any case. You've held up your end of our arrangement. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Well, you heard about a connection between Lychee and the strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply an opening gambit, like you suggested, or a joke even. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience.
Okay.
They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders. For now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
They need to get someone in place.
if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
Jesus Christ.
These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Can't see it happen. Too many things go on first. This is a pretty bleak scenario you're describing.
Too many things have already gone wrong. Lieutenant Double-Yefreitor Bois. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
This Colonel's... Did you know?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice. But she had sympathy for this man.
You liked him?
Liked is a bit strong. He was the most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. His departure left a major gap in the group's communication skills.
His name was?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
The pain of regret in her
The
voice.
lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. And Glacier also mentioned it, I believe. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He says to you and turns back to Joyce.
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. Oranese. Or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Okay. You tell me about Colonel.
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay, anything else you got?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
She
Do you
thinks.
know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Did you contact the company, tell them to call him off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Where are the two remaining mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful
Okay.
meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Galantis Garcem gets his authority from the Coalition. Where do theirs come from?
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Didn't pass the background check.
One is obviously the SCAP leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
And feeling closed by the harbor scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a border keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. but my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably the building overlooking the roundabout.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
Another question.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start. Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What do these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place, if you know?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Hey, who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Now, can you tell me about the tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guardrail and takes the photo.
For about half a minute, in silence, she wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
It was taken with a trigger not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet and observe the woman's
Her
expressions.
mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms in a pattern?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is it? What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
She points at the heart.
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Easlary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor. And these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Who could tell me
His
more?
platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial.
I need the information.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Thanks for the help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
That's all for now. Okay. Let's go to the waterfront. Pass this man. Talk to this guy.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
You a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
Hell no, I'm not just an honest scab. That didn't sound too convincing. Say very quietly, is there a tribunal coming? Being convened by any chance?
Fucking fuck.
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflated and his mouth slightly open.
You hear a tiny rattle. A small radio. Cracking somewhere. An earpiece. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal. And it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
Lieutenant says, his voice smooth and calm. He looks at you. I know, I'm just an honest scab. That doesn't sound too convincing.
Loincloth.
So you down.
Loincloth? Now you see,
Really
that's
for a
not
second.
really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue further, sire. He seems tense. The man's
Back up.
breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
There was the body of the man that saved by. Who's on your colonel?
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone. But beneath it, you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
He points to one of the tiny stars of the web lines away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
It must have been Selenine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benital is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminole archipelago, near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminese nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
Licks his lip as if drunk suddenly.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon...
His voice gets strangely quiet. A long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch.
He nods towards the man at the gates.
God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
You're not really a skeptic, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
He shrugs.
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Can I have it back?
Go ahead.
All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing! On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of
Jesus
them,
fucking
glittering
Christ.
his dead skin.
Well, that was terrible people being terrible. I just, what else do I have to do? I still have to break into a door, I have to get dice, I have to check back on the armor.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Back on the serial
Yes.
number.
The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
I'm guessing one of its name is Colonel.
Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CBP. And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
A suit of armor like that would have been customized to fit the wearer. Must have a record of the person who was
Yes,
issued to.
but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
Yes, please do try. It's imperative that we learn whose armor it
Sure.
was.
Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. 57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see...
Okay. Something down there. Oh, even if there was, I couldn't grab it. Tell me where the shot came from. says check the boardwalk, but every time I try to... Okay, based off this old picture, this whole area is pretty much the boardwalk. Gotcha.
Tequila sunset.
This house supply boost supply other stores.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Not much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
Oof.
Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
Yeah.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
He looks up at the sky as if searching for peace himself.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
The giant of Coroner?
What? No, I
Like
told
a
you
coroner?
this is a Martinez legend. It's a...
The pause is long and dramatic.
with no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Wait, I thought the headless one rider rode a bull.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
He smokes with a little smoke.
Well, there are
His head
many
says a little smoke.
versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man.
Sounds pretty implausible to me. Super spooky.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones.
Takes a sip from his bottle.
Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it.
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right.
Interesting.
Early autumn of 46. Ula de Pont and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box. When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless found rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What did the case file say? Look at Ken.
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless found rider and that she ran fearing for her life.
It just is
During the
classes.
investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
She was arrested?
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody.
Ah.
They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling. Not a pretty scene.
Dear
Man,
God.
that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed.
He takes a hearty swig from the bottle.
Anyway, that's the story of the Headless Found Rider.
Who was the head?
Pretty crazy, huh?
His headless tracksuit fits right in. Who's the headless rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge. Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline. Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Actually, there was the undercover revenge. He seems super committed to his sport. I got to agree, your theory sounds the most plausible.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Before he's seen some weird shit on a case, a headless jockey, and the tracksuit fits right in.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you.
It takes a long swig, but smiles.
That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Well, that's nothing. I've got an even crazier story.
Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
The number dissolves its victims with acid.
Acid gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name. Yeah? Why
What
don't
about
you go
the
eat
call
shit,
a magical
Tequila?
self-replicating sound?
I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a headless rider in a found tracksuit, though. Yeah? Why
The
don't you go
giant
eat shit, Tequila?
Coco nerd.
Giants? That the best you got? Give me. Yeah? What? Damn right it.
Okay.
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day.
What about the
and can be seen near
plasmid?
the canal when the
Plasmid.
clock strikes midnight.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Got any more riffs?
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to... Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice.
Not anything on me right
If
now.
you find any, I'd be extremely...
With the washboard scrubs filthy fabric. Broken glass dusty shells in a forgotten chair. Is that like the wall planks creak? Oh? The shot could have come from here. Couldn't have come from here. The trees blocked the way.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
What happened here?
In this yard?
Lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance.
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure. For cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
Wait, what's a bloc obscure?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
So this is part of the coast is a block obscure?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Maybe they left something useful behind?
Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock shuffle.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard. No place to hide. And besides, it's too close to Martinez.
Okay, that was interesting. A little weird. Birds in the birch tree, barely audible. Moves from above.
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty bottles all evidence it.
Well, didn't the scene of the crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Yeah, sure does look like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Kim, looks like we've got a couple of partygoers here.
Looks like it.
Here to them, a circus production by a great clown.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
It really likes doing that for some reason. So the coast crackles and shifts. Nice. Alright. Geez, I really gotta go all the way around for this, don't I?
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave. He appears completely at ease, like a common holidaymaker.
Ah, super. It's the officer.
I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no? What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast?
Actually, I was wondering what you're doing out here.
Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market. And well, I wished to see the situation firsthand. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it?
Did you know there was a mass execution right over there?
Really? Here? How can you be sure?
What sort of gift I have? I can reconstruct things that have happened in the past. High-end detective stuff.
A very useful gift for a police detective, I'm sure.
It's just one of the things I could do.
Fascinating how much history is contained right here. If only one knows where to look for it.
Are you just going to let him get away with these generalities and euphemisms?
Right, it's so complex and fascinating, I can't even begin to think critically about it. Really, it's the property damage that most offends me.
Now. Human life is always more important than private property. Though I do hope whoever was responsible at least compensated the building's owner appropriately.
Actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer.
Job forming a committee. I'm trying to assign the responsibility.
Friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists.
Good. Of course it does. These moral intern types.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of la responsabilité in this part of the world.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then? He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Got it. You're only here on personal business.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in.
But this is urgent matter. I need to get in touch with the committee.
Yes, you've made your persistence quite clear. Under normal circumstances, I would have to insist you go through the regular channels. But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer.
Why don't you get them through Archer to speak to
You
Coalition?
see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol.
Hold on, it's watching us too?
And listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Mühne Convention.
Yeah, so how does one go about contacting the warship?
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it. So it might be safer to get in touch from the ground. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it.
So what am I supposed to do?
That, my friend, is your responsibility. I cannot take it from you, nor can you delegate it to someone else.
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to help with.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Always
Thanks.
my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCM. Godspeed, and if we don't meet again, bonne chance.
All right.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing a cold sea.
if I get on top of the roof, I will.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
Don't think I have anything else that's lowering physical instrument that I know of. Okay.
Behind the
A 28% chance?
door, the metal doors are
okay! Fuck, every time! I don't think I can get paint and physical instrument, but the game wants to give me it.
Open just enough to squeeze in.
Let's go!
Good work. Shall we?
Go in. Together, as a team. Should I tell you what's covered in orange melting cracking? Something. Collapse nearby sealed basement. Only Bois stands by. Oh. Antique office furniture, last century maybe? Old folders in the cabinet, documents, silvery with mold. So these are thick, dusty planes of glass.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
These are computer components?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
Hey Kim, look, old cybernetics.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
How'd they do that? Why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
So this is all that remains of field.
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
Could this be part of the field playback experiment?
These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be disappointed.
Ooh. Be near the flashlight. There's a crevice in the wall. Stall fabric smells of dust. No one slept in here for months, maybe years. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunker bed, ancient flyers, and brochures. Lots of plants are full of dust and spiderwebs. You can see the beach through the slit window. Got a revolutionary
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure. A slit made for shooting out of.
Peek
Outside the window, another day. The beach sand soaks up the drizzling rain, growing darker and darker.
Turn to Kim. Could this killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide, certainly. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Kim, I can't see the whirling rags the shot didn't come from.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
Boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appears to be worn. More worn than the others. Tunnel collapse. You have to find another way around. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. getting louder with the buzzing sound.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange
I
tingling.
don't feel it, but we should still be careful.
Saw them
There
too.
were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Saw them too, footprints with the right soul one.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We know that Joyce knows about the murder, but I suddenly remember that we're running serial number on the picture.
You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not be as useful later.
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
Met the meaning, and we haven't gotten any info from him. Maybe we should talk to him.
You're
more.
right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands, but...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
You know, Joyce knows about the murders, but I may have other things to discuss with her.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
Do you think whatever happened will affect our cryptozoology?
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected. But the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us
I
there?
think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Okay, that seems like point of no return, so I got other things I would like to do. Like figure out where this other shot came from. The question is, how do I get to the coast? Okay, can't examine that one. Stones Fall, it's a long way down. Central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. The gust of wind from this height is dizzy. Oh, I can't shimmy across rooftops. Okay. What can I do? Okay, I could work on that project. I probably still have dice to pick up. Oh.
She's whistling a melody. Her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree. And yes, I'm being more like Contact Mike, alright? Don't even bring it up.
Okay,
I
fine.
really wanted to say, thanks for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Now can you tell me about your associates?
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favour.
Nice.
What do you want to know?
What's the deal with Egghead?
What do you mean?
Where's he from? How long's the guy been with you?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really.
Eerie.
One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
The worst of the Banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamra, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachol. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Nah.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City.
She nods.
Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
Jesus.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment.
I think he's doing when he yells all that stuff.
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
You told me as much, but what exactly is a party boy?
A Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Pachu, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
You don't have to tell me rock is backwards. I am the future man. I abandoned rock in the 30s. Stupid rock. Spit.
Okay. Anyway, even if you don't have
I
vocals,
spit on
you need
rock!
someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
He looks around a little embarrassed at the enthusiasm of his interjection.
Who do you want to know about?
Oh, enthusiasm, not euphemism. Jesus. Tell me about...
Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
He talks to Noid before.
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
What does he do up there?
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower?
Thanks, about the
Who
others.
do you want to know about?
Andre.
Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What does he organize?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organize around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. and he's off in sight. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
On his mother's love. Not into the marriage. You can tell us about drugs and shit. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, drugs, shit, fuck. We don't care.
He smokes.
Yes. Anyway.
Andre, your boyfriend?
Yes. Who do you want to know about?
About Suna.
Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today, she told me about Welkins. And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
Tell me about Noid.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What does he do?
What do you mean, do? Like, for a living?
Yes.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that. In a shop somewhere.
What kind of mindset's
He
that?
abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
She gives you a switchblade smile. What is this pilgrimage you're talking about?
It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock. Or as much as possible.
I wouldn't be.
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
I'll say I haven't done. Oh, I'm sorry. I have not told you that I'm a raging alcoholic who recently drank himself into an oblivion so deep he can't even remember what sounds like the biggest street in the city.
Kind of. I'm gonna say yes.
Well, I am.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
Might just do that if I ever make it there alive.
I hope you do.
Actually, tell me.
Who do you want to know about?
Actually, do tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Yes.
I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of something.
What does it mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
But I'm a police officer, you have to answer me.
Is there a law that would stop me from lying, though?
That would depend on the circumstances.
The guy tapped his foot. Fair enough.
Thank you. Sure.
Catch the silver bird. I need high reaction speed. I don't think anything else is really going to give me reaction speed, is it? So -1.
Welcome back.
There's no way I'm going to get this.
The silver bird has already flown away. I will catch it later.
Oof. I rolled a 5, but what? Damn it. Talk to the party man.
Glory church, the place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Set by the young man blasting
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer. One reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it. No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust, wholesome things. Things like discus, javelin, and 400-meter hurdles. Discus.
No, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, how far back is that autosave? God damn, I really need to make more saves when I decide to do things like this. Because there's no way I'm gonna get physical instrument up anymore. Because it's maxed! And I want to know! What? How could I make the psalm better? No. Damn it.
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party place! The first page of the second chapter!
His voice echoes all around the
Could
bed
it
hall.
be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, or like.
Are you thought reader?
But transnation! No war, but class war!
So you're not a thought reader, you're a
He's
communist?
not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
It's good you're not a communist anyway. You should be an ultra-liberal. Best to be a communist, having extreme views on issues detrimental to understanding all sides.
Oh sure! I can do that! If you want that, I can avoid taking a stand!
Please don't turn him into a moralist. I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, let's wait, what am I saying? You should just carefully and rationally.
Aye! It's time to compromise!
Obviously, one shouldn't get too hasty with their decision making.
I'm swiftly moving toward a solution which pleases nobody.
Hell yeah! That's what we're talking about. Absolute meh behavior.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000! Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too.
Looks like the posing black box in the corner. It's
Now the
great
only thing
sound.
left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective?
What do you pose as the name? Andre?
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah. What should you suggest as the name?
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern.
Hmm.
And too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Hey, Ged, you must have a lot of ideas.
Yakukata! Yakukata! The place to be!
Ah.
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega!
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
The amnesia.
The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia!
It's not amnesia, guys.
Kim.
I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas herself. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Sina, do you have an opinion on this?
I don't. Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Alright.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Disco Elysium.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be. And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone
Nice.
welcome to Disco Elysium.
I like being Marshes from the dance floor, baby.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
Start tapping your foot.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
Andre, what are you doing?
I'm dancing.
The performance here does strange pattern moves, but it doesn't look very cool or modern. Honestly, it
That
looks kind of lame.
soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing.
Talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing.
Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But there's a noticeable lack of something.
Goodbye, officer.
Okay, I want to save before doing
hey,
this.
man. It's good to see you.
Oh, also I can
Goodbye, officer.
swap out my clothes. Give me a +1. Use these lame pants. I like how all my pants -1 on the flare thing. Except for basic pants. Well, I guess these pants are fine. I don't think I have any more like cool pants or cool clothes.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft yet crinkly.
Take the item out.
It's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed
all your
in
clothes are cool
Sur
because
Leclerc
you're wearing them.
into
True.
the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today.
Mom, you have to work?
And yesterday.
Oh,
Something
hell yeah, you know
about
what that
it
means.
is familiar.
I'm gonna
And not only to your
eat
fingers.
Jack in the Box tonight. Anyway. Eat Jack in the Box. Tonight. Ugh. Goodbye. Laters.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Let me save that way I already have proper clothes
Oh, hey,
on.
man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music
Ooh,
into
the
life.
12.
For
Wow.
now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic
beat.
Puts a grin on your face just to think about it. Even a failed attempt gets the juices flowing and repairs some of the damage done by battles lost. If you up the dose and truly dance, who knows what will happen?
I'm close to a level up, so if there was something I could do to get that up. There's a chance I could actually hit this.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
End of
The
summer.
sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Where did it go?
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Ancient temple.
Yes, from the height of antiquity, a long, long time ago, millennia ago, on an island of time you can never return to.
Take a deep
Bitter,
breath.
citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive.
Yes, what is it?
It's not a paying job, but could you help me contact the Coalition
Do I
Worship
look like
Archer?
someone who has time for side projects at this moment?
If you want her help, maybe you should help her.
How's the project going?
What? What did you say?
How's the project going?
Can't hear you! The music is too loud!
How's the project going?
Project! It's not going well!
Why?
That guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Why don't you just ask him?
He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata! A place to be, apparently!
I'll speak to him.
Thanks! Maybe let me know how it goes!
A better deal! Yeah!
Hey, could you please route Suna's signal through your speakers?
To the Mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
It's a 3.5, no doubt about it. It's on the ground.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good people!
Grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line. You can satisfy
Oh,
quick.
thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him! Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Hey, the music.
Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the on-off for just a sec. For a special scheduled event. The on-off will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes. And then I'll turn off the music.
Yes, what is it?
Alright, I talked to Egghead. He plugged in the cable. Now we can unmute your speakers.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but Could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Glue style?
Ooh.
Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
I think what Egghead is trying to say is that the volume button is stuck on the
Of
maximum.
course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are, detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically, his hand moves to the gun holster.
Hold on for a moment.
What?
Never mind. Let's do this. I'm ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
The alarm in the man's voice as he suspects his skin surroundings. A slap, rattle, the crystal chattering in the cupboard fills the ear.
It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
Egghead yelled and something else, but his voice is going
In
faint.
his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
If anything this hardcore in my life.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
The glass charts on Dolores Day's vacant heart appears to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks as if she's
In the
alive.
corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to us! Love!
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh, I want to dance with somebody. Starts tapping your foot.
Oh! I want to feel the heat with somebody!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk.
And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black, 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's the start.
What was that? I've never heard anything like that.
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically,
She shakes her
I
head.
have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
Her voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
Kim, did you hear
It was
that?
very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
You're going to write to
Yes,
Chauffeur?
our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
What happened now? Are you going to...
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway. Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive. You don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together.
Oh, if I read that book, I could learn about the Pale, and I think I would have a better shot at that.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
I really want to dance. I want to see what how silly he looks when he dances.
You close, puts a grin on your face just to think.
Please, please, this is one of the few times I will constantly re-roll shit. One was to actually like fucking take down that body from the tree.
Oh, hey man.
One was to see like what a fuck up would be. But I want to see dance.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
I need a 6 and a 5. Fuck me.
But just
puts a grin on your face.
Goodbye.
And that was like 10. God fucking damn it. We must dance. I know.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and dream of the shape.
We're gonna be here for a minute. I hope you're ready for this, Coco.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Come on.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and dream.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes
I
and
just
dream
want
of
to
the
get
shape.
funky. Please. I need to see Henry do a stupid little dance.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes.
Hey, there we go. I got the fucking double 6s. I mean, you re-roll enough, it's gonna happen.
Total darkness.
I don't like this anymore.
You sink down the darkest
I don't want to be here
fathoms of
anymore.
your own personal
This was a
deep.
terrible idea.
Vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
I hate it here.
Here it will begin.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
I'm scared.
Good. You should be.
Where did the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
No, really. Why can't I hear
This
anything?
is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself.
Concentrate on hearing.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid.
What is that?
Electrified.
What was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Okay, spinal
Every
cord.
vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one.
I don't think that's how that works.
Shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn to rule the world.
Oh my god, is that true?
Yes, it's all true. In the spinal cord.
What is happening?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Bust a move?
Oh, Hardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago. With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn.
Coco, are you ready for this? Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before. Are you ready to get funky, Coco? You need to make sure you're here to bear witness to whatever the fuck is about to go down once I click this button. Yes.
You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the
Why is he dancing so good? How is he this good at dance? Why?
Without pity or fear.
Look at him go! He's fucking hitting it! And I still have the sword in my hand. Look at me dance with the sword and flashlight. Oh my, it's getting down. This is really happening.
This reel-to-reel mix-up blasting the anthem of a future. The young man observes your moves for a second.
He's starting to believe.
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Dude, I can invite Kim. Kim, come on! Church, a group of unhinged lunatics.
This is clearly a Code 31 emergency.
Code 31! Code 31!
Squeezes the bridge of his nose. The lights reflect off his glasses. He's obviously having trouble adjusting to this new reality.
Code 31 emergency? Really?
Yes, officer, in need of assistance on the dance floor!
Tilt crosses his arms with a bemused look.
What's happening?
Help, Kim, I think I'm turning to some kind of hyperstar.
Good for you. Rock on, then.
Hey, I called you to dance. Respects you, outrank him, dancing so infectious. That's it. Do not let the lieutenant leave without getting a car. I please.
Who's the one?
Another crit! I critted twice! Let's go! Lieutenant, I am only going to pull rank on you one time, and that time is now.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you, I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant.
Get my what on?
I said get your goddamn...
I see what. It's jacked up footwork, plus some... Is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
You're talking big talk, Lieutenant. Let's see some moves.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant.
Oh, shit, we're all dancing now. Look at him go! Look at him go! I do not regret constantly re-rolling. No. No shot. Please. Please fix itself. Please. Please. Okay. No. Fuck. Okay. We need to get out of here. It's too funky. We need to hurry up and get out of here.
It doesn't look like it was the ship either.
Dance, it's the law. There we go. We're all dancing.
Then assumes the same. The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
So sooner than back to you. She basically shakes her head and puts her
The
headphones
lead
back.
programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return. Feels almost memorable. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Together, where are you?
Here we go again. Hardcore fills the air. The sound above my head.
What now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man.
Okay,
Anyway,
this is
stop.
too imbecile. Excuse me.
I mean, sure, why not?
Music pounds through the halls
Aw.
of an old stave church on the coast of Martinaise. Several figures are lost in the beats, their bodies pulled this way and that by sound. One of them, an officer of the RCM, suddenly stops. He appears disoriented, then starts shaking, violently, no longer in rhythm with the music.
The beast that you had all fired up just a moment ago seemed overwhelming. They shift and multiply like pieces of colored glass in a kaleidoscope. You're gripped by panic, alongside a dizzying feeling of deja vu. Then everything goes silent.
That has happened before.
Could be. It was almost like the utter unpleasantness of the experience was breaking through the barrier of your recent memory loss.
Maybe your memory loss was caused by something like this.
What happened to me?
Not sure, but it's definitely not a normal dance floor experience. There's something seriously wrong with you. What
She
are
gets some
you
help.
gonna do? Call the Lazarus again? And if you were gonna go to a regular hospital, do you know how long it would take to figure out what's really wrong with you? The interviews? The poking and prodding that you'll undergo? All this excitement of dancing and dancing harder. And even feigning real hard is better than dragging your feet from office to office, examination room to examination room. All mercilessly white, bright and smelling of antiseptic.
Okay, that was weird. Like, I was concerned because I thought stream stopped because I was just sitting there for a moment and like my phone did like the whole like the little like replay the video thing, and I was like, what? Did stream end? Did stream just fucking crash on me? And then I double checked. No.
You'll lay here in complete darkness for a while.
I was worried.
Far away from everything and everyone. Then consciousness will slowly begin to return. It won't be fun, but you already know.
Oh God.
It really is.
I'm still going. I'm still going. I still got the dance spirit in me. I'm still getting funky, guys. I swear.
Waking up, you see the lieutenant talking to the young people, a worried look on his face.
I've seen this thing happen before to people partying too hard.
It looks pretty dangerous, though.
Nah, man, don't worry. He's mainly dehydrated. It's a regular party reaction, yeah?
Look! He's awake!
What happened? Are you feeling alright?
Give him a moment. See? This is why you need distilled water.
Oh, was I out?
When exactly did you lose consciousness? When you started shaking or when you were already on the ground?
30 minutes or so.
They got a seizure.
Nah, you just raved too hard. The beat gets so hard, you know, and you were rolling super hard on it.
Has anything like this happened to you before?
Maybe this is what happens to me when I lose my memory.
That seems likely. Can you stand?
It was intense, but I'm pulling myself together. Boy, I'm all out of juice.
You might be imagining it, but it feels
Still
like
dancing.
Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now...
Obelia studies in
Now
excitement.
imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people. End of human development. Mission complete.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
I've been meaning to ask you, what's with your hair?
It's to express my individuality.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Oh, is it because you're
Well,
balding?
because I'm balding, yes. I want to fuse the remains of my hair together before it leaves me. I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old you think I am. I'm 20.
How old are you, Andre?
Not 20.
It's important for you to be an individual.
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical spikes.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway. Goodbye, officer.
And I can add another point to one of my skills. I don't really have any skills I want to add right now. But I do want to read a book.
Medicinal purposes of the Pearl. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols. Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the Pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery, in other words.
You know, I didn't think Henry would get down that fucking hard, you know? I thought he'd probably do like a little shuffle, like this guy is, like something simple. But man got fucking down.
A variety of herbal remedies.
I don't think he's supposed to be that far back from the thing. About restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
10 out of 10 would set up a nightclub again. I want something that will soothe the relentless torment of my existence.
What you're describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that.
Think about curing an apocalypse, ain't no?
There's nothing in here that speaks to
He danced
hangovers
so hard
directly.
it broke stream.
However,
He did!
passing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
We'll band together, alright, Book? Let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
A sprig of fresh mint.
Next, you need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Mash into paste with some aloe vera extract.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
A spoonful of sugar.
The mint and aloe vera make this poultice ideal for soothing inflammation and minor burns. It won't do anything for your hangover though. Would you like to try again?
Yeah.
Very well. First, choose a base ingredient.
Ginger
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Boil it with tea made from
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
some wild ginseng root.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should give you more energy as a nice bonus. The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago.
Save the feeling a moment longer.
A tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this. Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections. You come across the following. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal property. The tome
Okay.
Yes, what is it?
I still know nothing about the pill.
All you hear is silence in your head.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
He looks at the hogs and
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
The would-be leader is cutting some futuristic shapes on the floor, sweating profusely. A cell using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the base. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
Better here than it was in the tent. Shrug, it wasn't safe.
Okay.
So look out. Well, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Their bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
What style is this church built in?
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism. Lawmongerer. It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
I'm not just a cop, I'm an art cop.
Hard of core.
Okay, so what is DeLorean architecture like?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
What would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
Hey, marriage is great. Marriage is sacred.
You're entitled to your wrong opinion.
Oof. Church isn't painted white as far as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss.
How do you like the glasswork?
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye.
That turns it's Dolores Days. Mind your words.
You defend her, law minion. She was a mass murderer. What's up with that?
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Mass murder on the floor!
But she's pretty. Yeah, but like, who isn't accused of mass murder these days? I do feel there's something terrifying about her.
There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
Keep it. Keep the beautiful sharp shards. Keep her long face in her hair.
The speed freak's eyes narrow with suspicion, as if he's looking at a man possessed.
It's not coming down. People are gonna love it. It'll be like our thing. Plus it keeps the cold and the rain out.
You say humanism. Humanism seems like a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we're living, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
It's supposed to be the embodiment of the world spirit?
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit.
He raises his left hand.
This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs.
Okay.
She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
But she's pretty.
She invented the beauty you're feeling. Seeing her glass cutters and iconographers, you set the standard, alright. Then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers.
But softcore. But it seems that. Then it seems I like soft because.
You wouldn't be the first. Millions liked her. She's got those mass murdering lips.
Yeah, but who isn't accused of mass murder these days?
No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. The Anodic pioneer Rietveld is not a mass murderer. He is not accused of mass murder. Likewise, no one says Jermaine Egghead or Andre are mass murderers. You can live entirely outside that suspicion. Billions of people go about not being guilty of mass murder. Just not her.
Would you say she was, you know, human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
Yeah, they did this too.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm done talking about her. I don't want...
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
It's a nice
Why
window.
do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well? Don't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about that damn window.
How old is church? You think
That's
over
right.
300 years?
The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something. I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental. I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
voice echoes in the wooden cabinet of the church. Something more fundamental? You mean the sound anomaly?
Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
You say that you're a carpenter yourself?
I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveler. Made me a bit manic, you know. I regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days.
Not gonna ask me how I knew?
Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools.
What do you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies are perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
First, where's that quote from?
A Sarai-E's man who lived a long time ago. An ancient hardcore brother.
What you're saying is religion has stopped being hardcore?
It never was. A 3,000-year-old regime of history, built by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false to the core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
But you guys said trees were all about love and hardcore before, remember?
I only said unity. One word. Figures of authority always misquote you.
He points to his friend.
Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are.
I agree with you about the, okay with this. Well, supplement this system.
Melodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
How do you say that
Hard
again?
to say, cop man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crabman though. Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all his mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all. The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
Just to help me contact the college worship. I'll tell you about the church.
Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
You mean there are dead bodies
Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
What's it for?
Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church, surrounding it, to contain it.
I don't get it. Contain what exactly?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either, what it does. But it's what this Sona person is looking for, and trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
Makes you think Sona's gonna fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
I found a Doom commercial area in the mayonnaise proper. Maybe it's the same thing the UBs were trying to contain?
Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
You think there's any merit to the
I
theory?
don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, Cop Man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited size person.
Well, if it's vast substance, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well. Dead body, spirit entered. What is there to talk of? The mass murderer? Why? Okay. Sure.
Can you help me
Trying
contact
to
your
get in
bullshit?
line with the big bad, are ya? Those are some serious frequencies you want to mess with.
Come on, Noid. I think we owe him.
Asel's right. He's one of us now.
Yeah, alright. But if you're going to sync up with them, you're gonna need a serious wave generator of your own. You understand what I'm saying?
Relay tower at Land's End. Is that serious
Not
enough?
likely. Scoped that spot a while back. It's short-wave stuff, mostly commercial. Plus, it's all rusted out.
Build it ourselves! We built this nightclub, we can build anything!
Wait, could we build a radio transmitter ourselves?
Maybe. Tech-wise, radio's not the spookiest thing around. Our part's finding an antenna big enough to align with those megalo frequencies.
An antenna hardcore enough to shake the whole world!
Maybe not that big, but pretty big.
Boring cop, boring ideas. Level conceptualization. Oh, I'll use my level up point. Well.
This is easy. Antennas are basically just tall things, right?
We could use the steeple of the church, point up.
The young man looks straight up, following the line of your finger. A frown comes over his face.
Not likely to work. This old church is made from pine wood. They don't make too many pine wood antennas.
He's being uncharacteristically polite. He means they don't make any pine wood antennas because it's such an obviously bad idea, you see.
Ours will be the
No,
first.
It won't be. There can't be a first to something that can't be.
Am I so suspicious about everything?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing. It took us
Paranoid,
setting
yeah.
out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced.
Why are you called Noid
It's
anyway?
short for paranoid.
What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
You know? I just want to see something. Yeah. Apparently, for some reason, the webcam disconnected, so I've just been in freeze frame this entire time. That's funny. Let's see if I can't just fix that by clicking here. Turn it off. Back on. There we go. Now I'm moving again. Isn't that nice?
I don't have a top 10 list
It's
of
the
things
perfect
I'm
stone
most
statue.
suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
And now it's glitching out. All I did was turn you off and back on! And now you don't want to turn off and back on at all. Okay, Ada here.
Something is off here. You
Yeah,
feel
like
like
that.
it should be the other way around.
In the left-right pentagram in the pig-wheat complex.
No, politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad.
Okay. Does mean you are mentally ill?
Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenise people. I think I don't reach mental illness. I am merely
Thanks. I was thinking about making me a pizza of my own. Thank you for the slice. Oh. No, off my business.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity.
Okay.
The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray. Far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
Oh. At the production of pork and wheat.
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
Food could be precursor for greater things.
Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
His eyes flicker.
True life. What would that be like?
Life is true if it's free from fear, an eternal division among oneself. In others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
How would you get a life returning to this true life?
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly.
Wow.
The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
But shouldn't the ones that are most hardcore rule over the ones that are less hardcore, offering them
If
guidance?
some want to lead and others want to be led, I think they are welcome to it.
Keep mentioning hardcore. What does it mean to you?
Utmost dedication, thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a potent superlative as well.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Hardcore!
There's a shame pornography though. It's penetration, did you know
That's
that?
a pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
And so you're advocating for a noise-based society.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
That seems
Oh
deceptive.
yeah, sure thing.
Internalize the hardcore aesthetic. Don't just nod along, feel it.
Aggressive, monotonous, but also somehow sacred, primitive, yet futuristic, like a machine, man. Nothing exists but the here and now.
What's the clothes? Woman with those earrings.
You know what I think? I think man, woman, and child are arbitrary divisions which serve to bind humanity to serfdom. They're just clothes.
No, there'd be more to it.
It's just a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it.
Alright. Oh.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruder.
The Bruder? The what? Sounds like my stomach is growling. Wait, my lower intestine? What's going on
Lower
now?
intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Bruder.
What is fascism, though?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachol's problems?
I thought you were my circulatory
Quit
system.
stalling, Bruder. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link.
Finances?
Yes, them. But also, women.
Women?
Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Women need to go back to the fucking kitchen.
Okay, bud.
That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women
You know,
need to know.
I don't think that's what fascism is. I don't think fascism is about woman bad. Am I still covering a stomach seizure?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why am I getting
because
this?
You've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
Fascism sounds so bad, though. What if we called it something else, like traditionalism?
Okay. Yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that.
Okay, stomach, I made up my mind about fascism.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota.
Be played by an upset stomach. I'll keep my booze for the glory of a visual nation.
For the nation. Smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach.
Fascism by industry and politics and nationhood, not woman. I'm absolutely okay with woman.
Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
A wink-shaped growl sounds from your ass. Pat your stomach, finish the thought. And now, just like that, Henry became a fascist overnight.
Yes, what is it?
Okay. What else is on my to-do list? Oh man, my list actually shrunk down a lot. This used to be a lot longer, but... Huh. I can't get these boots.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Got like
Not
that
an
in the
umbrella, I
prison,
hope. I don't. Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. More lessons in basic reality.
Oh.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me.
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You're an officer of the RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia?
Preciso Mundo.
Good, and what is the Revachol Citizens
Nothing
Militia?
more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
Like your capital, I'm basically a 12 for foreign interest, so I'm basically one of the good guys?
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts.
What is this?
A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
I meant, what is this place here?
This place is an unmarked micro-settlement on the coast of Martinez.
Gesture towards the collective cinder block dwellings covered by highly carcinogenic roofing
It's
material.
lovely, really. I'm thinking of buying it.
Really?
Actually, yes. The thought did cross my mind when Mademoiselle Lillian over there told me about the fresh produce these women sell to restaurants on the Delta.
You both turn to consider the young woman. She's hunched over a net, methodically picking out ribbons of plastic.
This place could use a competent manager. There's so much to be done. But then I'll never get round to it, will I?
There is regret in her voice for all the countless things she never had time to do with her money.
Doubtless I'll be off someplace keeping social classes from each other's throats.
Oh,
Let's go back
what
to the basics of reality, shall we?
you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mío, that's a cross. Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself.
No, not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
But only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
You shake your head slowly.
I hope we're able to continue as friends, despite my scaly bulk and my intimidating liberal credentials. This was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
An appropriate warning to those who'd cross the line and pull the city into madness once more.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
You're a patriot?
Yes. I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
That puts down notes and gives. Look, you're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
No, or intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Do you have anything that boosts conceptualization? Because I just kind of do those ones without really thinking about anything.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
What is?
Woo!
The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
She concludes.
It must be. This is the greatest and the kindest arrangement the atoms had in them.
Best of all possible worlds.
Indeed. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it. These archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Wait, it's just Elysium. Or no, it's a term of endearment. Well, does not deserve a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I feel like I've got a whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture? of the world. There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Sideways? What shape is this world then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh God. Wait, what the hell are you telling me? The pale, and what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
A fractured corona doesn't really feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
You said pale. What is
pale? The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yeah, that's my name. Yep.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is...
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right?
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside. Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Can I talk to the man alone for a second?
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what is the
pale? Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes, where's the pale?
The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Wait, and what is it? Okay, what is the pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
And points right there.
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling.
What's up, bud?
Evaporating even. The
You
great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the Pale or Pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
If we're surrounded by the Pale, how do you get from Isla to Isla?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage your mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
What does this over-rational feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Radiation.
International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
Radiation.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer. Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
Have the phonetics changed
Nothing.
them?
We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
Pales are compared to the
The
world.
Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1.
Oh.
There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment or?
What do you think, Detective?
Shrinking. There's more and more of the world. More of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
It's not extreme at all. It's going to happen. Cover everything. That can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Go.
It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Live life.
Let's turn to reality.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
I'm worried. Oh, I don't know how you survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
It will be my masterpiece, the one they'll remember me by, I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Right, let's get to work, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives. Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What's with you on the waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
Very conceptual. I wasn't feeling it. It was an accident. I got drunk, apparently drove it into the sea.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
I say we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage.
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
Odd thought. Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. Hey. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Stop it. Hey. Calm it down.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Double-Yefreitor philosophers. Play it cool now.
Alright, I'm in, but organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the Doom commercial area or...
Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
Silly Kim. We gotta work on getting the responsibility up. And we'll do that by hitting up Noid again.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Alright, brainstorming time. Remember, this is just the ideation phase. There are no bad ideas.
Maybe it's a hard
You want to get the Union in on this plan? Is that a good idea?
Maybe
Didn't
not.
think so. You got to watch out for those guys. Give off a real...
Dedicated,
Well, there we go.
hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to understand this list of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry. Make it. Test your limits. Surpass them. Dance till you drop. Dance till you die, if you must. This is for your posse. They got to keep it up. They got to move. You are the major mic enforcer.
Taking place of Rivershard, hardcore rising, it could only here in the bottom of the geopolitical abyss. They are the warlords of today. We'll be giving a fresh start.
Oh yeah, it feels manly, beautiful.
Hardcore said it.
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. You're standing on the plaza before the whirling in rags.
Turn to face the apartment.
Beyond the unkempt backyard rises a monstrous assemblage of concrete, plaster, and corrugated sheet metal.
Turn to face the bay.
Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bench and a few twisted, pitiful trees. Then, just water.
Turn to face the traffic circle.
You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you. A towering beast, frozen in mid-air.
The statue of Philippe III.
Centaur Man is made of metal. With the right gear, we could make it work.
Yeah! Connect the centaur to the lorries! Unite the whole roundabout in hardcore waves!
Huh? Sounds like Egg saying you could use some of the spare cables to rig up the stalled motor lorries and increase the wavelength, which would pretty much make the old roundabout one giant antenna.
One roundabout! One wavelength! Hardcore!
As long as it gets the job done, I'm not interested in the details.
You're really going about this the wrong way then. Details are the best part.
We have the amps! We have the cables! We're almost ready! Yeah!
It's right. All we're missing now is the transceiver itself. Soon as you find one, we'll be all set.
We got plenty of these things later on.
Exactly. You could buy one. You could steal one.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from my kinema.
You know what, Kim? I'll find an even better radio on my own. Point to Egghead. Doesn't he have something we could use?
Can't do it. We just got this place set up. Can't go risking Egg's most important equipment.
Do radio computers?
Yeah, probably. Thing is, you'd have to be an engineer to get it out. I'd stick with regular radios if I were you.
I think I saw a radio in the office near the hardware.
Some equipment from Arbor could work. Worth the legwork at least.
Do you think the pawn shop will have one?
Maybe. If you want to pay money like some kind of money lord, yeah, pawn shop could have one.
You know what, Kim? I'll find an even better radio on
I
my own.
highly doubt that. When I crank the volume on my dyno wave, it's like you're in the front row at the National Concert Hall.
Alright, Kim, challenge accepted.
Cop on cop challenge. Not bad. Let's see what you come up with. Though I have to say, cop cars and lorries usually pack the best equipment in town. While you're gone, me and Egg will get the rest of the gear together. Meet us back here when you got it.
Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Now I know about the pail, but still, that's very low. Luckily, I have things that boost my logic, such as this cool-ass hat. I don't think I have glasses. Was it there? There was a jacket.
Yes, what is it?
You don't.
Yeah!
You already have. A long time ago.
Wait, how?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long forgotten discussion, behind the kitchen table, in the evening light.
So that's the origin point of the pail.
What?
The swallow. It's how it starts. It's baby pail.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
No. Look up first. We are 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you. You have her full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
Pale's only an effect, a transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's less than nothing. The final rest state for reality. Imagine if all this, spread your hand, never was.
Then the Pale is...
simply a gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day, when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those
According
places.
to this, how long...
Until it starts swallowing, it already started. Started with sound.
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
All the failed businesses in the Doom Central area, all the area in the Martinez.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
The ideologies for something went wrong here. Yes, even the revolution was defeated here. I mean, kind of.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
Should let people still working on in there know about this. They might be affected.
You mean Plaisance and the dice maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up.
No, just based on. I don't think Nia's playing fair in the game. Yes, both of them deserve
Then go
it.
tell them.
Didn't form church formed
Of
around it.
course! A pine wood sarcophagus! Or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
Yes, acting on an instinctual level or religious practices we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of Revachol settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
I think I had this thought before. That's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
One day all the world will be like the Tomb of
She
the
falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Ma'am, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah, that's still insane, but then again, so am I. The club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality
I
together.
wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
Nice. Over here. Up here. Scoot through all these buildings.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Came back
Very
to pick up my
good.
die.
That will be 7 real for one custom die. Here's the cursed die you ordered.
Read the
The
phrases.
phrases read, God is indifferent. Take all. Lose all. 50-50. Nothing happens. And pale.
What is
It's
this?
a die. Try rolling it.
Cast the
You
cursed
throw
die.
the ball on the floor, and it ends with one of the phrases facing upwards. God is indifferent.
Good. Now roll again, detective.
Well, the
It
die again.
lands on exactly the same result. God is indifferent. It declares again.
It's a sphere pretending to be a 6-sided die. Each row will end with one of the phrases facing up. The die originates in Ilmara, where it was used for cleromancy. Except I've weighted the die. When you try rolling it, you realize that each time it gets you exactly the same result. God is indifferent. This is our curse.
It's even worse than she says. God is dead. We live in a forsaken age.
This is mega cool, but can I get one that actually works? You're saying that the end result doesn't matter.
In the face of death? No, not really.
A relief.
It is, isn't it? There's something liberating about knowing it's just we humans. No all-powerful forces guiding us, watching us, judging us.
I'll keep this in mind. Thank you
Good
for
luck,
the die.
officer.
No. I think I do have stuff that gives me more shivers, right? Yeah.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
You know, the curse is real, and I figured out why it spared you.
Didn't we already talk about this?
Same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed
What are
commercial
you
area.
talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
Should be a coal plant, touch the safety curtains. You're in a chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
Chicks about the makeshift nest.
Are you
Really?
saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
Just using logic, it's windy in here. You probably haven't properly sealed the chimney crown. Points above.
You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
No one's really ever safe from the
She
failure.
starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Wait. What?
Do you know what this is?
It's there with a small middle index finger. Lucky Charm?
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East
That's the
Delta
plan?
Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents.
And you agreed on IHOP earlier.
Coco's gonna hate it for some reason.
That is not my problem.
After 2 or whenever I get back from the movie, then we go to IHOP, then I guess D&D. Unless Adrian had to cancel. You have to check back with him. Also, make sure to hit up Luis. And tell him that you don't want to hear about his life problems. Like a big boy. You can do that. You can just say,
I've
hey.
done it 1,000 times.
Tell him to talk to me about it. I'm his friend, kinda, sorta. Well, we could become better
I drove it
friends.
into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Don't call it a dump. You made it nice and cozy here.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world.
Takes a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the
But
light.
anyway, thanks for sharing your theories,
Very
Officer.
swell. He gives you a tired smile. I think I found the actual source of the
You
curse.
mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside its immediate reach?
Well, yes, about that. A bit more complicated than I first thought it would be.
I'm listening.
Just say it. There's a 2mm hole in reality located in the church on the other side of the canal, and I think it may be related to the pail.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, man. Sonalu Killed, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident.
Mom makes better pancakes. IHOP is trash food. Isn't even that good. So aggressive from you, Coco. Can't even be happy with the smiley face pancake. You know? Can't even be happy with a regular pancake. Ow. I hit my hand on the fan. I'm gonna have to stop soon. My head's starting to hurt, and I think it's because I'm getting hungry.
So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed. It's the entire world.
No, I wouldn't go as far as to say the entire world is doomed. Doing fine so far. I'm sure it's
You
nothing.
mean considering the fact that the world is collapsing on my porch?
Oh, now he's shirtless. I was petting him for a good minute. He was calm.
You know damn well what he was doing.
Yeah, he's... Stop.
It doesn't mean pet him, that means move him.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Someone tell Rico Grandpa's coming at 11, but we're going out to eat at 2.
Okay. Your fly's down.
That is literally just my pubes, not even my cock.
I was just saying, it's a little... Okay.
In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
You gotta stop, boy. Boy, you can't be doing that. You need to stop. Okay? Stop and you yourself on everything. Alright, bud? Okay. If you start, I'm gonna have to stop you again. Now let's go. Let's go tell her about the tale. Yeah, that's what they tell you. I found the actual source of doom.
The actual source?
I feel like me to discover it too.
Earlier, you told me there was no curse.
My investigations led me to discover a 2mm atomic hole in reality. That is the source of doom both in the commercial area and in Martinez.
What?
A tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with Pale, the origin point of sorts. It would explain why historically so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez.
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an anthroponetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
Tell her the truth. It's out of her hands.
Can't protect it, not against the Pale.
You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith, especially now that Annette is finally settling in at school and making friends. No, we can't just leave. Besides, didn't I have some Sailite hope catchers round here somewhere? I must find them. Everything will be all right if I can just find them. Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
You like art, Kuno?
Fuck no, art shit.
Got it. Art shit.
That's right, pig. Shit. Kuno doesn't...
He's no match. I can understand him on a deeper level. And now he's screwed. Because I have the ultimate and maximum empathy. Where's my book? There's my book. With a solid +1. All throughout, currently sitting at a +3. Anything here giving me a -1 in empathy. No.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Please.
Don't let... You can pay tribute to Kuno.
I was so close. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. That's what I get. with Dark not hurting anyone. Well, I think he's hurting himself, having himself unstuck.
What is it? Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. These thoughts.
What? But...
She looks up. You have the lieutenant.
Then...
It's
I understand. According to this, and information...
an intellect.
I also have a question, since we are piling.
You think the press...
She already made up her mind when she heard it.
I told the producer... You mean, play Sans and the Dice Maker? Then go tell them. Of course! I have considered most of them...
Some of them might.
An amateur anthropomedic...
Yes, it is...
She falls.
I'm going...
Man.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular...
Yeah!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it.
You already got this one, right?
Yo, man.
Okay. And now, we put on the maximum empathy outfit. Which includes this, cool shades, these nice boots, putting this in my hands. Oops. I'm the most empathetic person in the world.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action pig. Kuno like, you're still a dink. Now what's your case with Kuno?
It's not Kuno.
Woo!
It's Kuno S.
Interesting, how?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about?
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Oh, she's terrifying. Crazy scared.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips. Fuck. She can read lips. You should cup your mouth.
What do you mean she spoke someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
He's meant everything he said before. But right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
You serious about this killing business?
Killing is serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488.
488. The criminal code doesn't go higher than 190.
She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Okay, Mark. Come on, she has a cook.
I knew you pigs were too naive for this shit. Good thing Kuno's got her under control. Kuno keeps her calm.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower. But a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
Kuno, do you think it's possible that she killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
Don't move your head. Just from the corner of your eye, look at her. Though her friend spoke too low for her to hear, Kuno S is not smiling anymore.
This escalated so fucking fast. Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
A shoe cupboard just off to the right. Have you been to this place?
Hallway there, point the janitor's closet?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in? How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
Right, parents.
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of a kind.
What's the language she uses?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Do they have red hair?
You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
Kuno, could she be
Suruese? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community. Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burn and shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Why is she called Kuno S
She
then?
fucking looks like Kuno.
Know her name?
No one knows her name. Kuno told you. This shit was psycho killer.
Think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
How are you dealing with all
How's
this?
Kuno dealing with this? Kuno's dealing with it just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with this, waving your gun, mad dog shit. Kuno remembers what you did there. Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You wave your gun around her one more time. Try to take it away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
I can respect that.
Alright, now we can do business.
Business.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See, relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
He concludes by his arms like a baker presenting a selection of freshly baked pastries. You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame.
Shut up, C.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison.
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Now hold on, no one here is lame, just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage. Yeah, that's pretty lame. Sounds like art.
Kuno, is this about Rage City?
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna make you lame.
Stop it, C. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Talk to Manny about the armor.
So?
Told me you promised to sick pigs on him.
Yeah, so? Kuno did sick the pigs on him. Kuno's a man of his word.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like Jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
I remember this, Kuno.
You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, griefing the Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
It's about
Kuno
Manny,
gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay,
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who's your dad,
Kuno's
Kuno?
dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition, don't expect to talk this one down. There are some situations your mouth can't get you out of. You won't sweet-talk your way around this man. Good thing this psycho drug boss is strictly optional.
How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
Half
a
of what?
baggie, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram. sir.
Half a gram.
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
Meet up with my Kuno, and what's gonna happen?
Okay, Kuno's listening.
They're going after the most violent man in Rivershell.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything. Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Kim, obviously I'm not gonna take it. We need to get drugs away from a
Okay
minor.
then.
Kuno doesn't...
What's going on with locusts in here?
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Yes, precisely. Stop being so sarcastic, Kim.
Oh, I'm not being sarcastic at all. We are making real progress here.
When someone says they're not being sarcastic, it's usually a good sign that they're being very sarcastic.
Do you think the plasmids nearby?
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is impairing your judgment.
You should go talk to Kuno about this game.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Please
Don't listen. You can pay tribute to Kuno with drugs, or cigarettes, or some wheels. Kuno could use some wheels. Have you come to...
Are you crazy?
Kim is never going to be okay.
Are you...
Kim is never going to be okay.
Okay. Let us run through here. Actually, I should probably hit up, most likely, the bookstore first. Then loop back around just in case if it closes.
Hello again, esteemed officer. What do you mean the actual sort?
Ma'am, what is...
But
Tell her the truth. It's out of her.
you're right, officer. Besides, thank you for your help in any...
Okay, we did that.
Oh, it's you again. Are you very good? Here's the cursed die.
The phrases read.
It's a die. Try rolling it.
You throw the ball.
Good.
It lands.
It's a sphere, except
It's even worse than she says. God is...
in the face of death? It is, isn't it? They're good luck, officer.
Yeah, I did just make that save. Okay, up next, it's putting on all the fun clothes that give me shivers, which I think is literally mostly just a jacket. As I don't think... there's anything else that really gives me... oh yeah, the scarf.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dab?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney.
Didn't we already talk about... what are you talking?
No.
This does... Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is... and what?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. No, you're right. I didn't. It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the work. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dumping... Yeah, that's why people... it's like... But anyway, thanks for sharing. You mean the curse that I'm spared of? I'm listening. Excuse me?
I'm afraid it...
So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed. It's the entire world. You mean, consider... In any case, thank you for stopping.
Okay. Did all that. Just shaking the shit out of the table and everything. Now I need to go to apartment number 12.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Double-Yefreitor. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
They have located psychiatric substances on the table?
Confiscated.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed, a stained parka, some towels and a duvet, some socks even.
Oh, Lieutenant, look at the pile of clothes.
Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol. And God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Is Kuno's father or something?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
Doesn't look like he's gonna fuck anyone up anytime soon.
No, it really doesn't. This looks very hard to recover from. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Serious damage. Hold on, what happened to his eyes?
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
Sleep it off, I know this shit. Suddenly the man starts growling. These words manage to escape his mouth along with a strong stench of
Look,
alcohol.
he's trying to communicate.
You should help him.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Poor
We
guy.
could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The arm source would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
Years, months, weeks, the pile of blankets grunts.
I gotta put on my perceptive boots. So I could get a full picture of what's going on here.
The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room is stale. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs.
You're awake? He's awake?
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
Me, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
Well,
the lieutenant's right. The man's...
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but...
A pair of half-open bug eyes.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Raises the name of... It's not unfinished homework. It's from 2 years ago. Oh god. Damn.
Trying to sneak up.
Musty smell of potato cellar and spring emanates from the air.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I
Looking
doing?
up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What is in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise. With its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Would you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
Beyond
Coal
that?
City, end of all lines.
Your fingers are dampened
Your
here.
hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's to the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Clench your teeth to stop shuddering.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
And beyond that?
Elysium, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary.
Who's across the distributary?
Kuron, the lower middle class.
I do have a question for you,
Distributary
though.
after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail
If you're still there.
into the rain.
What is beyond?
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses.
Are you coming
The
with
class
us to
divide.
IHOP, or are you getting your own thing? That's what I'm curious about.
You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river.
Let's do
Capeside
it.
apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their ward.
Absolutely not! I refuse!
Hallways collapse from the waterheads of a war that
I would
was
rather
lost
die
long
than
ago.
go to
Closed
IHOP.
doors go to waste in the rain. radios play. The evening news. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The lingering odor of decomposition mixes with that of damp soil.
What is in the south?
A traffic jam.
I'm
Rain
going with Molly
throbbing
and Grandpa.
on the roofs
Okay.
of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water
Just so you know,
down
I would
their
love to have also gone with Mom and Grandpa,
The statue of the king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
They said no. I'm not allowed to go.
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Wait, aren't they going to like Red Lobster? Because isn't that where they always go? So you're not even gonna have much to eat there either. But you'd rather go to there than just have med pancakes from IHOP.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? Have a brother in the cut, where the wood at? Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
Why am I not
To
there?
be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution fell.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Should I look further?
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
An old monument, a silver plaque. As you look up, you notice something. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Shot the king? Point.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
What do you
Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
None of the above. Maybe it's connected to the murder.
If we connect every bullet hole in Martinez to the murder, we'll get an overwhelming amount of loose threads. But then again, our guy was shot, and that hole would be recent. It's not completely tangential, at least worth noting down. I wouldn't hold my breath, though.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings. A lorry abandoned. The smell of cigarette. There's something odd about them. It takes a few moments, but eventually the transceiver slides from its greased socket mount with an eminently satisfying chunk. Nearly the same sound produced by the action on a good breech loader. You can't fail to notice.
Go with Mommy and Grandpa to Red Lobster and getting me food afterwards. Me and Mommy already worked it out. IHOP is donkey goblin poop. That ate and threw up. That a chihuahua ate and threw up twice.
As you take the transceiver in your hands, the lieutenant
Bro,
bites.
I don't know what IHOP did to you, but it's not that bad. It's okay. Okay. It's It's like okay, alright? I don't know what IHOP did to you personally. I just think IHOP is fine. I don't think it's like the top tier. I don't think it's like the greatest food I've ever eaten, but it's okay. It'll get the job done. Yes, I know it's spelled Chihuahua. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like beach floater.
Oh, I didn't mean that. It's just ironic that you are using the lady driver's radio to contact the very authorities you are so keen to evade.
Where the radio used to be, there's just a rectangular shadow now. It's about the size of a small box of pasta, but much heavier. Now that you're looking at it more closely, you realize the various styles and meters make it look
I
vaguely
just don't like
a
IHOP.
face.
You.
A distinctive
That's a bit
triangle
more than
logo
don't like. That's
forms
like
the nose.
IHOP hurt you personally, and now
That's the mark
you're determined to
of
take out
Mr.
revenge.
Electronica, one of the major manufacturers of advanced radio equipment.
This has got to be better than your ding.
An Esteras is certainly nothing to sniff at. But if you compare the feature sets, I would say they are more or less equivalent.
Fine, it appears we've reached a draw.
So it would appear.
Which correlation
You've
is this?
surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation. But I have to say, it still seems like a remote scenario.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls, but there's a rectangular shadow where the radio used to be, and something strange about the passenger seat. The pull-out toolbox, voila, a stack of neatly folded papers, has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
Crazy if you strip the treasure, well worn and fold into a neat square. Fold open the topmost map.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock. And this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881. High above the massive brown and red roofs, that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Where does the road lead?
To Couron, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
Fold open the
This
second map.
municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct. No storm will ever drown Revachol. The great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own.
Where does that sound?
The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels, lit by gaslights.
Look at the
The
third map.
final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain, and a traffic island in central Jamrock, by the lake. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where does the contraband end
Hard
up?
to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it.
Besmertis, that sounds fake.
The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Ahura Mazda. It's a dark parody.
Who do you think is behind
It's
this?
definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Turn the stack of papers under the seat.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before we closed the road. An old monument.
Okay, go up here. Go over yonder. Through this way. Is Kuno still there? He is.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno? Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Please don't.
The lieutenant does not.
Don't listen to the blind. You can pay tribute to Kuno with drug. Have you come to make your...
Put that away.
The lieutenant's opinion of you.
What a fucking pooper.
Kim is never going to be okay with you handing some.
Okay.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it.
The bed is comforting. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
Anyway, now I can silently sit, drink, and die while looking at the waves all over. My forward base with the coastal part of the operation.
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, a wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
Feels like a cozy hangout.
Who are you talking to? There is no one here, not even cold.
Inky's strange sensation for a fair assessment of the current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Revachol forever.
The bed is comforting. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer. On the table, you see a bowl of water. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. Your face, such as it is, a regular human face, sans expression.
Yes? What about me?
Tell me a secret.
No.
Oh. Okay.
The lieutenant nods.
Good. Let's...
What else do I have on my to-do list besides continuing? I could confront him about the locust. Still have that one. Take on the responsibility. Okay, I guess that's really the only thing I can do. Book. A primer for small kids.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids. There's a bear involved.
Exactly what I need.
This book will show you the score. Get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life. The alphabet.
Flip through the
Every
pages.
page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles.
It's getting late and
It goes
you've got
as
things to do.
follows.
Right, you need to start wrapping it up. Yes, Mom, I'll stop after this.
A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston. G is for gamete. H is for homeboy. I
Homeboy.
is for
Okay.
J
Just
is
H
for
for
urine.
homeboy. Yeah.
K is for collapse. L is for laudanum. M is for myriad. N is for nadir. O is for aureole. P is for perihelion.
Yeah.
Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for Wahrheit. X is for xylophone. Y is for Ustava. Z is for zenith.
That's
it. You know the alphabet now.
Kim, I know the alphabet now. And what is called the IL, or International Language developed by scientists from Grad in the 20s days, means sign, for example.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
I'm glad I now know the alphabet. Okay, let's see if I can't get this radio thing up and running, Coco, and then we'll end for the day. I think you promise. Mostly because there's other things I gotta do later. At some point when Kim's not around, which means probably walking into my house and then walking back out at 21, because I think that's when I go to sleep, but like, at 22, I think it's like when everyone is like, gone. My book has been left open.
Yo, man.
Found a video
So
transceiver.
your cop ways came through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got.
Someone was using this to coordinate a drug smuggling operation.
Thought I felt a special sign coming off this one. I'll just have egg pop in a frequency dial here, and we should be set.
Rarely has there been a more apt pairing of man and transceiver. This is a portent of great success.
All right, Lawfarer, we're ready to do this. I have to warn you, though, once we commit, there's no stopping until we've seen it all the way through. No pauses, no second chances. This is our shot. You got it. So any cop prep you got to do, you do it now. We'll wait if we have to. Do what you have to do. Hardcore shot! Like Egg said.
There's some things I gotta take care of. AKA, I am going to save and see what outfit I need to put on.
Yo, man. What's on your mind? The rest of the crew has got to stay here. Can't afford to let the beat drop right as we're getting off the ground.
Much love to my hardcore antenna brothers.
Good luck, guys.
Try to squeeze in a promo spot while you're on air. We've got to start putting the word out.
Back across the waterlock. At least we're getting our exercise in today.
You can grab that amplifier, officer. And you start spooling up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
Alright. Let's see how well this goes. Look at all these fucking wires! Dragged all across town!
Just plug that in there, would ya?
It's done. I believe we are ready.
Lieutenant wipes his
Yeah,
brow.
as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these can sets, both of ya. I've got it rigged so we can all listen, but only your cop talk will broadcast. No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this thing on, so be prepared for anything. Trick is to keep transmitting your request until the big bad acknowledges ya. You got that?
Yes.
We're live. 2, 1.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with fast falling snow.
Where's the sound coming from?
Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez, all mingled with electrical interference caused by scattered thunderstorms over Ozone.
Hey, Lawman, we're waiting on ya.
Tequila Sunrise. Oh shit. This is Lieutenant Harrier Dubois of the RCM. Please acknowledge.
You're all alone out there, wandering a blasted heath, calling out to the night. But there is no reply, except for the buzzing of invisible machines. The lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. Nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Give it another go.
Acknowledge your worship, Archer. Hey, this is Lieutenant Dubois. Please acknowledge.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt. You focus on one strand in particular, one that sounds very nearly human.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken?
Hello, Archer, do you acknowledge?
Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr seit auf einem Luftschiff aus Grab zurückgekommen.
Now we're getting German.
Halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal. Aber sie hat das Gefühl, seit seiner Rückkehr mit einem Fremden zusammenzuleben.
Something about her son going to Bredefort on an aerostatic to see some psychologists. Or maybe the psychologists are saying it's normal to have feelings for strangers. Foreign languages were never your strong suit.
Where's the
rustling of dry autumn leaves, waves breaking at a distance, 1,000 wings beating at once.
What's going on?
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind. Er kann doch auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
Just radio spookers. We get him all the time round here. Keep trying.
Coordination worship.
Again.
Coordination worship.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
Kim, don't fuck my
I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls over the connection.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
You gotta tell me you didn't say that either.
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
What's happening?
Sounds like your partner's being haunted by his past self. Or maybe he's trying to warn himself. From the future, most like. I don't know much about radios.
It's just a little bit of pale interference, Detective. A little eerie, perhaps, but perfectly explicable.
Outwardly, the lieutenant exudes reassurance, but you can sense a lingering doubt in his voice.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
So what can we do about
You
it?
just have to embrace the spookiness. Now give it another go.
Coalition warship.
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois, please acknowledge.
Roger, this is 32 Bar, can you hear me?
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind. Where's the bastard? Please identify.
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single strand from a tangle of hair.
This isn't looking good. The radio spookers are winning.
What can we do?
No. If we can't get around the interference, we're in deep trouble. Hold on. I think Ed gave me some sort of checklist. Says here, main step, volume to the max. That's not too helpful. Okay. It also says, inspect connections for hardcore clarity. So let's try that.
How am I supposed to inspect the connections?
My guess, you climb up the Centaur, man. See if there's anything obviously interfering with them. Maybe you've got some technical law science.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. But you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed to do about it. Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is dangerous.
Okay, let's do this. Careful, Dubois. Careful. Okay.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
But I got up here. I hope no one saw it. Examine the connection.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter, it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one has cleaned it in years.
Well, what's it look like?
Statue's covered in weird oils. I don't think it's good for connection.
That's not good. We should have cleaned the Centaur man first. Pretty rude that we didn't. Hang on, I'm looking at Egg's checklist. He says, if all fails, bend antenna. Narrow is the hardcore way. That make any sense to you?
What are we supposed to use to bend the antenna?
Says here, muscle style.
What is that supposed to do?
Good question. Maybe he's saying we're casting too wide a net. Gotta narrow our receiving band so we pick up the big bad without the spookers. Since you're already up there, I say you should do it.
The speed freak is right. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now.
Like a Philip III.
You are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about his features seems bizarrely distorted. His imperious gaze leads you naturally to his outstretched hand, which, for some reason, strikes you as sadly empty. You can't help but feel that saber you picked up might just give this older king a little more panache, and better reception. Come on. Kings and sabers are so played out.
Attach the saber.
To your surprise, the saber's hilt fits quite snugly in the statue's hand. The king cuts quite the triumphal figure now.
There is no way that is going to make any difference.
Nah, every bit helps. We need this antenna
Saber
to be
actually
as
does
hardcore
help.
as humanly possible.
Look at
This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition as its rider.
Look
A
up.
clear night sky. The stars make for a brilliant display. Across the river, you can see the lights of Coalition warship Archer floating above Rivershore East.
Look
A
down.
few of the idle lorry drivers and strike breakers gesture at you with their cigarettes, more out of curiosity than anything else. From the window of one of the adjacent apartment buildings, an older woman leans out, her heavy breasts sagging. She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk.
Oh, there's no way I'm gonna hit this. Oh God, I did! Let's go! Score 1 for the moralists.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset.
I
guides your
barely hit it
hands
with a 4 and a
as
5.
much
Let's
as
go.
Your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
Looks like it's working. Keep going. Just a bit more.
Nein, Liebling.
The signal is clear. The storm has passed. This is another voice, a live voice on the other end of this invisible bridge you've established.
Try it now.
Coalition warship Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois of the RCM. Please acknowledge.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Coalition Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting it.
There it is. The big bad. Now be quick. I'll keep us aligned as long as I can.
This is it. You're finally getting to speak with those who hold real power. And by that, we mean the ones with the guns and the warships. There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you some time, but you can't forget what you're really here for.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request?
What does Rivershore look like from up there?
That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view from our observation platform up here.
Particular how?
Perhaps the best way to describe it, it is to say we have a very wide perspective, but not an especially detailed one.
What can you see?
Well, it's rather dark now, but from our portal, we can just make out the rolling hillsides. We can see the lanterns lining the walkways through a public park. There are a few people on horses by a small pond. The homes and gardens are quite beautiful. Very near, like those in certain areas of Messina.
I don't see any of that
Perhaps
stuff.
you are in a different part of the city? We've only recently been detailed to the Archer, so we are still learning the names of all the many districts.
She needs to see you down here. That's the only way she'll really get what you're about.
Can you see Martinez from where you are?
Martinez. That is to the west, yes?
Yes, look across the river.
Stand by a moment. We are adjusting our viewfinder. Yes, we are looking at the river now. There are small islands in the middle of it. It's very nice, actually. Interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half. This must be the 881, no?
Exactly. Follow the west for a few kilometers until you see a
Very
lake.
well. Now, we're looking at an area that seems to be in urgent need of revitalization. Now we see the lake, and around that, a rather vibrant-looking city quarter. There are some large buildings from the turn of the century, we would guess. Yes, this must be the heart of the district.
That's Jamrock. Now look to the north towards the harbor.
So that is Martinez.
A distended pause. A slight chill of embarrassment. She isn't sure what to say.
That bad,
It
huh?
is quite striking. compared to where we're from. There are a great many destroyed buildings, still. And we don't see any horses. It's really nothing like the eastern side of the city. But what's most striking are the people. They just... we don't even know how to say it.
Like a bunch of lost souls wandering about in indescribable pain.
We really couldn't say. That's one of the limits of the Stone Age. But the whole district does have a very desperate character. And then there's all the tear line about. It's very unpleasant to look at. We're going to widen our viewfinder a bit.
Guess you should install some cycling bins or something. Say roundabout for equestrian statue?
A roundabout. Aha! Yes, we see the monument. But there seems to be a man on top of it.
That's me! Wave
That's
your hand.
You. We have to say, that's extremely irregular, Lieutenant. What are you doing on top of the public monument?
It's kind of an involved
It must
story.
be. Unfortunately, we don't have time to hear it just now. In any event, it is certainly interesting to see you, even from afar. Most of the time, we signalers just have to imagine what our interlocutors look like.
Who am I speaking with?
You are currently speaking with Collision Worship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachon.
Are you the captain?
No. The captain of the Archer is deeply classified intelligence. We are the second signaler.
Sure, but who are you? I need to know your name.
Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be. You were never very good at this sort of thing. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always with the first person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she represents. Not to mention the airborne artillery platform she works on. Her every word is backed up by the most powerful ordnance available.
Why do you keep referring to yourself with the plural?
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Collision Worship Archer, which in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally, which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world.
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
Dude, it's like I'm talking to all of humanity.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Inter's umbrella, in Seoul, Samara, and elsewhere. At most, you might say the Moral Inter represents between a quarter and a third of humanity. Perhaps you could say that we represent the interests and hopes of a great many people. But you could say, just as easily, that we are the assistants to the secretary of a factotum, no more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common fleet. It all depends on your perspective.
Who's the secretary?
The chief signaler, our superior. They are ultimately responsible for all communications aboard the Archer. But now, we've wandered quite far afield. What was your request?
Liebling, bitte.
Signal's weakening. I guess you...
Come again? We're picking up more interference.
Listen, I really need to reach the committee of responsibility.
Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the liaison for public affairs. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing.
Won't let the
We
past
believe
go.
the next hearing is scheduled for July.
Clean and sober, Schroeder Martinez discovered a strange anomaly, not boring, normal. History of prank calls, superstar its egos, won't let the past go, still have some empathy shit on me.
This isn't about you.
Yeah!
Really. It may have been at a certain point, but you've let go of that perspective. This is about your responsibility to all of Revachon. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
I think many people will die.
What?
Covering...
How do you know this?
I'm uncovering things in the course of my investigation that led me to believe the head station between the Union Wild Pines.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is a very serious claim. Please describe the situation as succinctly as possible. We will forward your summary to the committee.
There's papers rustling in the background. She's clearing her desk, preparing to take notes. There, you've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you can show the Coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice but to intervene.
For one, the Wild Pines have been completely shut out of strike negotiations. Lost control of a preliminary death squad called the Colonel.
Please continue. We're listening.
And, well, the union's demands for workers' controls of corporate boards seem completely unworkable.
Was there anything else the committee should know?
She's finding things.
Detective, before we answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
The lieutenant is afraid you're going to say something too outre.
Phenomenon here, Martin.
We're afraid we must ask you to repeat that, Lieutenant Dubois.
Afraid? What is she afraid of? Her tone has shifted. She's no longer herself. She's reading from a script. Your words have activated some sort of procedure.
I discovered there's a phenomenon here, Martin.
Acknowledge. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a series of questions. It is imperative that you answer as directly and truthfully as you can. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Surregli, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform in Solindico?
You already know exactly where I am. No, I'm in Martinez.
Very good. Next question. Would you describe the phenomenon as internal to the Isola or external to the Isola?
What she means is, actually, you have no idea what those words could mean in this context.
Oof. Seems like it's internal.
Next question. At the time, did you experience sense objects?
Can you elaborate?
Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light.
There's a kind of gradient.
Let's go on. Final question. Were you alone?
You are part of a large family. You are never alone. There's no need to overthink this.
We repeat. Were you alone?
No.
You hear the sound of a page ripping.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by while we transmit our summary.
A long winter.
Signals are starting to misalign. Not sure how much longer I can hold them together.
You have to know it just a little longer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. Please acknowledge.
Archer, I can't hold on much longer.
Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report the Committee of Responsibility for Revachol has acknowledged and accepted your request. They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly, as their earliest convenience.
Just tell me where to meet them.
Remain where you are. Collision Shuttle Laurel is setting a course for your position. They will arrive momentarily. Stand by.
To the southwest, several stars begin to move in unison. The minor constellation of Coalition Shuttle Laurel begins executing a graceful turn, drawn by an invisible wire.
No way! Big Ben's coming here!
The lieutenant adjusts his microphone and slowly looks up toward you.
Well, what now?
I guess we wait.
Yes, and then?
What do you mean?
You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship Archer. I suppose what I'm asking is whether we are about to lose you to the moral intern.
I'm tired of feeling like I don't have any no more options. But I'm afraid, Ken.
What, detective?
A little rhyme jingling in your mind's attic. Of the future, of the past, of all that is not made to last.
I feel that something very bad is going to happen.
The lieutenant takes a moment to compose his thoughts.
I don't know where this case will lead us, detective. But in a sense, that doesn't matter. Our job is to follow the evidence where it leads. Consequences be damned. Be
Lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed by the roar of the aerostatic's main rotors.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Warship Archer. We have been instructed to inform you that the Laurel arrived at your position. Please acknowledge.
No shit. How are they supposed to hear your acknowledgement over the thundering of their own rotors?
Knowledge.
Thank you. The Committee of Responsibility for Rebel has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept?
The roundabout, Martinez North, nighttime. Somehow, the streetlights only make the scene more lonely. You can hear someone retching in a nearby courtyard. The speed freak eyes you with a curious blend of awe and contempt. He's torn. There's nothing more softcore than the Coalition, according to his worldview. And yet, having summoned an aerostatic with your voice is one of the most hardcore feats imaginable. The lieutenant looks up toward you. He starts to open his mouth, then appears to think better of it. He's spoken his piece, he thinks. It's up to you now. There is something, a whisper, circulating among the city's footnoted alleyways and along its electrical wires. But what it's saying, you can't tell. It seems to be a message meant for someone else.
I have a few questions first.
We are far past that point, Lieutenant. There is only one question now. Are you ready, or are you not?
Well, if I get on this game kind of just ends right here, right now. But I have a... murder case to solve. And people to continue to help.
Repeat that, Lieutenant. What do you mean, you can't? Have you been impeded in some way?
My partner. I can't abandon him.
Let's say, this is extremely disappointing to hear, Lieutenant. What the consequences will be for your refusal to accept responsibility, we cannot say. For your sake, we pray they are not more than we all can bear. And now, we are updating our frequencies. We will not speak again. This connection will be cleared in 4, 3,
I'm sorry, Archer.
2, 1. Après le monde, le gris.
And the line goes quiet. The lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. There's relief on his face as he turns toward you.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
Just give me a minute.
The cold bronze tickles your inner thighs. Your legs have grown stiff. You've been up here quite a while. You look around. Most everyone has already gone home for the night. It's really just you, the lieutenant, and the speed freak left. There's really no point. You're beginning to feel like the little child who refuses to come down off the carousel.
Climb down.
About time. You grab that amp. Forget the cables. Need to leave some evidence of our antenna to inspire future generations.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Responsibility.
Alright, Copman. We've held up more than our share of this collaboration. I hope you recognise how much the hardcore underground came through for you.
If you want to show your appreciation, we can still use your help. Egg is the one to talk to.
Hardcore! Mutual aid!
Let my hardcore brothers down.
Sure. You have to say that now. That's alright. I'll put this tech away later. Think there's an extra can set, in case you want to grab a souvenir or something. Don't think anyone will miss it.
Let's do it in the Empire minus one again.
A better deal! Yeah! Medium car!
Okay, we did that, but there's one final thing I have to attempt. Please. Please, God. Please.
Even dancing.
Thank you!
Before, you knew it in your lungs where the pressure wasn't bursting. and in your heart was alone, and in your solar plexus where the hits should have landed. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
And a melody, a good melody. What makes the song really stick so that you can't get it out of your head anymore.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
Nowhere. I'm not going to become some sort of cop too. I've got enough capo types already. I don't know. I was thinking you would know.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Okay, I'll look into some official parties. Up to please to make the beats go harder.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Fan 8's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind.
I've been there.
Oh, I know! I know this! I can tell you where it is!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that! I could have said that!
And the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
Feels cool.
Maybe you should dance again, huh? That would be mega! It was mega the way you did that.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
I just realized he's kind of like doubled up here. There's two of him dancing. Do you see it? Dear God.
Copman! Tape! Yeah! Alright! No! No, no! This is gonna make people scared! Keep it positive! Normal! Stable!
Okay. Now we save the game proper. Now we leave. And now we're done. You can go play Sims 4 now, Coco. You just have to say bye-bye. If the game would like to close. Okay, there we go. Bye-bye. Later, Coco. 5 hours, goddamn. Good night.